Ow. Yeah, pretty much. I'm actually listening to LBC right now. Schrodinger's viewer. Are you there or are you not? Yeah, LBC is the radio, and Doctor, which is the name of my first hamster. And it's been like that for ages. I've just never changed it. I do want to, though. I've been trying to come up with a new name for months and months, but I just haven't thought of anything, so trust me, I am trying to change it, but I just can't think of anything new. It really should be. I thought of you, but I'm too tired to this name now. No, that works. It only works as long as you don't plan on streaming. Because it's Schrodinger's viewer. So. I mean, I know it says LBC in my name, but really it should be something to do with like Nick Abbott, because he's the only presenter I really listen to. Yeah. Yeah, like at the moment I'm just listening to what's the 26th? What would the 26th have been? Saturday. Yeah, because I missed his broadcast on Saturday, so I'm just listening to that on catch up. No, actually that's the podcast, the whole show. It's nothing but the whole show with the ads and the news removed. Makes it short to listen to, which means you'll save more electric, which means by the time Christmas comes around, you'll have enough money to send an envelope to the electricity companies telling them that you can't afford to pay their bill. Something like that. If you love it, then that should seem familiar. But yeah, I missed Saturday night's broadcast, so that was the podcast, which is great because it's shorter. Yeah, this you sound like Nick. Well, I just listened so much. He's got all the sound effects. That's why I listen to it, because it's like news, but in a funny way. But I think my favourite thing that he does is when he's talking about politicians and how in the winter, like, God, the politicians, they see a cold coming around the corner and they just go, what? It's that, what? Sound effect. And recently, I've been trying to determine where each of the sound effects come from. So you've got, hello, boys. That is from season 1 of South Park, where Cartman is not feeling so great. Stan, Eric and Kyle go round. Cartman's mum opens the door and she just says, hello, boys. And there's one where it sounds like a posh woman and a posh man laughing. It's like accentuated, kind of, no, exaggerated would be a better word. It's like, ho, 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 ho. That is the mayor of South Park and Officer Bar Brady. They've been caught in the office, but they jump up and they start laughing. It's like, we weren't doing anything, ho, ho, ho. Let's get back to it. Again, that's from the same scene, but like 5 seconds later, where the mayor said, let's get back to it. And then, of course, you've got, we're running late. We're running, you know. And then there's one that I found recently, but ChatGPT can go fuck itself because it kept telling me the wrong movie. And it's, you're wondering what it's all about and I can't tell because I don't know myself. That, you're wondering what it's all about and I can't tell because I don't know myself. That is from a scene in The Dam Busters from 1955. And if you can find somewhere to view it online, I'm not going to tell you, but if you can find somewhere to watch The Dam Busters online, skip to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds, and then you have to wait about 10 seconds, and then you will hear that line. I was asking ChatGPT, and ChatGPT kept telling me it's from a movie called The Third Man. And I was like, oh, for God's sake. You're wondering what it's all about, and I can't. Well, he didn't say it. It's a clip. Although my other favourite one is Oh god. Shit. Bollocks. Wank. He's mentioned the damn... Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know why I thought it was the third man, because he had never mentioned anything to do with him liking the movie The Third Man or anything. And so as soon as I researched the only one I remember looking up the only one I remember looking up was the Everybody to Get From Street. He's mentioned that recently in regards to the warning that everyone in the UK is going to get on their phone. That's going to be the warning. Everyone to get from street. It would be hilarious if that was the warning. Oh. But Boris is, you probably remember the one that was contact tracing. If you own an Android phone, I can't speak for iPhones, but if you own an Android phone, there's an app called Zedge. You can download that, and I downloaded a podcast where that clip was involved. I cut out that clip, the contract tasting clip from the podcast, and I uploaded it to Zedge. So if I just go on my phone, settings, notification. I'm not sure if I have it here anymore actually. No. But it is on Zedge. Helpful tools, there goes Zedge. Blah blah blah. No, I don't want a premium plan. Boris. Contact. Ringtones? Oh, here we go. Contact tracing.
Contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah. So if you have an Android phone, you can use an application and get that as a ringtone, notification tone, an alarm tone, whatever you want. But that's again only for Android, because I'm pretty sure I know iPhone people who have said, "Oh yeah, download Zedge," and they're like, "It's not working." So yeah. I mean, normally I listen to Nick Abbott when I'm at work, because I normally work 10 p.m. till oh god, when do I work? 10 p.m. till 6 in the morning. Although I was off last night, so last night, this morning were the evening off, I guess. Excuse me. Oh boy. Oh, hot noodles for the win. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's where I want to be. You bleed into Steve. Oh no, I can't stand Steve either. I can't stand him. He talks too quick. Because he goes from, and that's the only reason why I can't stand him. Because he talks quick, then he goes slow. I'm like, oh god, he's messing with my head. So literally, as soon as Steve comes off, I make sure, because I'm caught up with his normal broadcast. Like I've listened to all the podcasts. The podcast of his normal shows. Well, apart from last Saturday and then Sunday, I'll listen to on catch up. I haven't listened to the latest episode of Carol and Nick, and I haven't listened to the latest Nick Abbott Habit. If you don't listen to them, highly recommend them. They're fucking hilarious. But when I'm caught up on those, which I will be like probably tomorrow, halfway through my shift at work, I listen to another podcast of a YouTube channel called Abroad in Japan. Oh, love it. Yeah, Steve just talked too quick for me. And because of Abroad in Japan, it's a YouTube channel of some guy in who lived in Japan, and shows you the sights, does cool stuff. But I didn't realize. What didn't I realize? I didn't realize that there was a podcast of Abroad in Japan. So I've been listening from the beginning to the front. So until I catch up on that, I will always have something to listen to. So I'll start listening to Nick at work, because he starts at 10 on most nights. So then at 1 o'clock I'll start listening to that. You used to listen to all Nick podcasts, but then he moved into Global Player only, and I just thought, no. The only podcast that is exclusive to Global Player is The Whole Show. The Nick Habit, and What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? They're on Spotify. That's the thing. The only podcast of his that's on Global Player is The Whole Show. So, I listen to most of his stuff live anyway. Yeah, but I don't really manage to listen to the live show when it's live. Yeah, that is annoying, I guess. So it feels weird to listen to Nick's satellite podcast, but not his actual show. What? So you mean you don't? So what? So you don't listen to the whole you don't hear his live shows anymore? Ugh. You take way too long to kill, and plus you're not really that useful. So no thanks. Ooh, it's getting a bit warm in here. So I just got to use my tool to turn off the heater. Yeah, I stopped mostly. I still listen to The Habit every now and then. I listen to it just out of habit now, and it and because it's something to listen to, but mostly it's I will get to that in a second. Mostly. Oh God. Oh, I had a point. Let me do this. Hold on. There we go. I had a chain of thought there, but I forgot. I listen to The Habit. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Nick Habit is the fact that it's from years ago. Because up until the coronavirus, all the Nick Habit episodes were from calls and news topics of the past week. It was just like his 30-minute roundup of the last week, and any funny calls of whatnot. But now, the Nick Habit is like calls from years ago. And recently, he even said, in regarding the last one, he actually said, "Oh, I don't normally put recent stuff on there. Don't normally. That's what it was always about." I just wish he could. The only reason he started going back years, because when coronavirus hit, it turned into an archive dive, which was just a bit, because there's only so long he can do that before I'm gonna hear something twice, and it's like just make it a roundup of the last week, just because, like I said, the only reason he did the time skip was because of the coronavirus, and that's all we were hearing in terms of news. So it would have been boring. So yeah, it made sense to do that then, but now, yeah, we've still got the coronavirus, it's still hanging around, but it's not like in our face, it's not in the news, so it doesn't need to be, just go back a bit further. But yeah, in regards to Radio 4, that's what I used to listen to all the time. Make a petition. I might just have to do that. But yeah, in regards to Radio 4, that was the first radio station I properly started listening to, and the only reason I started listening to that is because I find it very difficult to fall asleep with in silence. I just find I don't like silence. My thoughts tend to just sort of go to places I would sooner rather them not. So I like there to be a little bit of noise, and this has been going on for 20 odd years, I'd say. I got a radio in my room, and I wanted to find a radio station that was just just talking, and I found, and this was, back in the days where it was manual tuning and all that kind of stuff. So I found Radio 4, and I was like, oh, no music, oh brilliant, I'll listen to this. So I started listening, and then I got a new radio, and on the front of the radio it said digital, and I thought, brilliant, DAB. No, it did not mean DAB, it just meant the fact that it had a digital display on the front. And for some reason, oh no, that was it. I had a DAB radio, but it was a really tiny one, and I tuned into Radio 4 because I could see the fact that it said Radio 4 on the front. But with this new one, I didn't know what the frequency for Radio 4 was, so I had to manually use it was a digital display, so I had to tune into another radio station, and that's when I discovered LBC. So I went from Radio 4 to LBC, and I used to listen to all the presenters. Like, they used to have a slot on there on LBC called the Travel Hour, and I thought that was brilliant because it was like people going to different places. It used to be in London. They used to have the Travel Hour, and that was brilliant, because I've always envisioned myself, one day when I've got money, I'll book a cruise around the world and go and visit all the locations that pop up in the Assassin's Creed game. But then they got rid of the Travel Hour. No, the Travel Hour, that's gone. I mean, they've got the Legal Hour, and they used to have a Medical Hour as well. I'm not sure if the Medical Hour still exists, but I know the Travel Hour doesn't. I mean, obviously, people's focus hasn't really been on, travelling the world. It's, because we're in a cost of living crisis and all that jazz. So I don't suppose people's primary focus is gallivanting off on their jolly old travels. So yeah, the only hour shows they have would be not the Travel Hour, definitely not on there anymore. They've got the Legal Hour, which is, I know it's on Friday nights with Dean Dunham, because they used to have a show, I think it was Ian Dale, and the last hour of his show they used to have a lawyer come in, and he would do the last hour with Ian Dale. But now it's its own independent hour where it's just the lawyer, no other presenter. Yeah, Ian Dale, yeah. So they've still got the Legal Hour, but it's, like I said, it's this independent hour with just the lawyer, which I think is better, rather than having another presenter just butting in every night. So shut up, Ian. We love you, but just shut up. Let the lawyer do his thing. Yeah, so it's just the only hour shows are the legal one. Travel Hour's gone. And there used to be a presenter, some presenters, the only thing I can remember, his first name was Christo, or Christoph, or something, and he was gay. That's the only thing I can remember about him. Yeah, but he's not there anymore. What else is different about it? Oh, of course, you got Rachel Johnson, good old Boris's sister. I should say sister. But I appreciated hearing his. Ian always rubbed me the wrong way. Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't mind Ian Dale. I can, if I had to choose between Ian Dale and Steve. What's his second name? Steve. Oh God, what's his? Hold on, did you say it? I think you said it earlier. Steve Allen, thank you. I was gonna say Ball, but then I was like, no, that's Clive Ball. Yeah, if I had to choose between Steve Allen and Ian Dale, I'd pick Ian Dale. But there are a few other presenters that I've been catching recently, like oh my God, I'm gonna have to look on the bloody app now because I can't remember. Is there any particular reason why you don't listen to like the catch-up shows or the podcast on the Global Player app at all? Or do you just not like using it? You don't like the layout? Because I will admit, they've had a few layout changes and like, I don't necessarily like the layout. It's, for me, it's a means to an end. Like, if the whole show podcast were somewhere else, then I listen to that. Because you have a load of other podcasts and another podcast that just seems irritating to have to, you know what? True. I tell you what though, if you haven't used the Global Player app in a while, the good thing about it now, you can pause live radio, which means if I go to work on a Friday night and I start listening to Nick at 10 o'clock and someone tries talking to me, I can pause it live, and once they're finished talking, I press unpause and it skips it back about 15 seconds when I unpause it, which means as opposed to leaving straight off, it skips it back. So, you know, it's like, oh, that's where we were. So that is one good thing. But the only bad thing about that is when 1 a.m. hits around, obviously that's when he would end. Because I've paused it so many times, sometimes I'll be listening to like 1:30 because I've paused it so much because like obviously managers and other people want to talk to me. So that is quite handy. I have tried to use BBC Sound before, but I couldn't. It wasn't gelling with me too well. Oh, it's cold now. I do beg your pardon. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh, excuse me. Wow. I don't mind pot noodles, but yeah. They did this annoying thing recently where now all their podcasts outside of the Sound app will be slightly delayed, so it's incented to use the Sound app. I remember when I swear to God there used to be, which is kind of the same thing as Nick's show, and you hate it. But that's the thing. The only podcast. Actually, I tell you what. I think there's an app called TuneIn Pro, and that actually has That has the Nick Abbott Habit. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? It has the whole show before it got moved to Global Player, which honestly is Nick Abbott space the whole show. That's all the old ones. And then when it moved over, the only difference, even on Global Player, with the new podcast is called Nick Abbott space space the whole show. That's the only difference. There are 2 dashes. And TuneIn Pro had the old archived stuff from the old podcast, and they have the new one, even though it's meant to be exclusive to Global Player. So if you're potentially looking for a new single app where you can listen to all of it, TuneIn Pro. I don't use it because I really don't like the layout. Yeah, I mean, I'll double check it myself because, like I said, last time I looked, yeah, I'm just installing it now, so I'll check in a moment. Oh, downloaded, installing. I forget how quick my internet is sometimes. But obviously, the only broadcasts that are never made as a podcast are the show he does on a Sunday night, because obviously I don't know when the last time you listened to LBC on the Cabot, but he used to only ever do Fridays and Saturdays. Now he does Friday and Saturday, which is the funny show where he uses all his sound bites, and then he does a regular show on a Sunday where he does not use sound bites. Those ones are not made into a whole show podcast. The only way you can listen to those is if you, the Serious Sundays. The only way you can listen to the Serious Sundays if you have missed the broadcast is by using the catch-up feature on the LBC app. Although, what I do, you actually mailed him once to ask him to put them on podcast. They should be on podcast. They should. I'll have to ask him again. He ignored it twice. We'll do it again, okay? Because people want to listen to those. Like, even if it still does have, although it's only one extra show a week. Yeah, I think they should be podcasts as well, because people would listen. I can't remember if I already gave them a thing, so I'm just gonna do it again. The flow. Yeah. Alright. Open. Oh no, I don't know why I said TuneIn Pro. I just meant to say TuneIn Radio. Oh, what are you using that? I accept. I'm gonna try not choke this time. I'm just trying to eat it quick. I wash it down with some Sneak energy drink. 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning, energy drink. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be going to bed till 12 in the afternoon. Sleep for 8 hours, get up for work, boom. Right. Pardon me. Right, I'm gonna go on Nuck. Nick, but is it double B? Oh no, it's double T. I always get that wrong. Do it. Literally, if you go on TuneIn Radio and you search Nick Abbott 2B's 1T, you get 4 results. You get Nick Abbott the whole show, and if I click on that, the last episode was from the 21st of October 2022, so the first one is the old stuff. It's still all in order, but it's the old stuff. Then you got Nick Abbott Habit, which is always kept up to date. Then you've got What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, up to date. And then you've got one at the bottom, the same logo, and it says Nick Abbott -- the whole show. No longer on exclusive on Global Player. You know what? Forget that. They haven't seemed to have updated it in a while. Oh yeah, it actually said in the description. It actually said, I think I probably looked at it last year. Yeah, I haven't looked at it since because I've just been listening on the app. Because I've been listening live. Since they added in the feature to pause live radio, for me that's just, you know, because I'm listening while I'm at work. So like I said before, it's easier for me to pause it. Yeah, forget what I said. It's just the normal. That if you, yeah, the old archive of Nick Abbott, the whole show before October last year, is on there. The Nick Abbott Habit and What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol. So if you wanted to listen to the Nick Abbott Habit and What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, they're on TuneIn Pro. Oh, why do I keep saying Pro? I don't know why I keep saying Pro. But yeah. So yeah, ignore what I said before. I obviously looked at it last year, where they were unofficially putting on the new one that was meant to be exclusive to the Global Player app, but they have since stopped that. Excuse me. Yeah, I think he's literally the only person I listen to live. That's why I grabbed it. I was trying to find the names of the other presenters that I listen to. Who else do I listen to? Ian Payne. I don't mind Ian Payne. He's alright. I've caught his stuff a few times. Nick Ferrari's meh. I used to like James O'Brien, but I've gone off him. Sheila Fogarty. Shut the fuck up. I apologise. I don't know why, but I find her really naggy. So yeah, Ian Payne, Ben Kentish. He's had to cover for Nick a couple of times. So Ian Payne, Ben Kentish, and there's someone else. Sangeeta Maiska. She's the new lady. But I don't know. I honestly don't know. Oh no, Nick, don't do this again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nick's working all... Oh, God. Okay. Every now and then, Nick covers for someone, and last week... you know, if Nick Abbott had the real thing for complimenting Nick Ferrari, I always found that... yeah, it's a bit like you don't... It's not necessary. Nick Ferrari is the person that, you know, he is like one of the main stars of LBC, okay? But I think Nicky Abbey, he's always selling himself short. Like, he doesn't, you know, believe in himself. So give me 1 second, I just gotta check if I mastered anything. Okay. Yeah, he's always selling himself short. Like, people are saying, oh, you know, you should do this or do that, and then he's like, oh no, not me. I couldn't do that, but Nick could do it. He's our leader. And it's like, oh. I just zone out when he says that. Well, you say that, but he likes to call himself a buy one get one free podcaster because he controls the death. Oh yeah. Well, again, that's him selling himself short, because I think the only reason he sits in the engineer's desk is because of the sound effects. Because he uses all those sound effects and he controls it himself, it's easier for him to sit at the engineer's desk. Thus, it is easier for him to control the desk. So he only has one assistant, his glamorous assistant. I would love to just sit in there one day. Just like I don't want to interact. I don't want to help. I'd just be happy to sit there and just, you know, watch. Ultima, anything else? No, okay. Wish I could find those enemies all the time. They go a crap ton. Oh, that would have made more sense, yeah. Has anyone even seen Nick recently? I'd be curious what he looks like. I think the only person who would have seen him recently would be Karen McGiffin, because I know they do like voice internet calls when they're doing their podcast, but I'm pretty sure they've done you know, like video calls before they do the podcast sometimes as well. So the only person who most likely to have seen him recently may be Karen McGiffin, because yeah, the photo on either the LBC app or Global Player app, that's been there for years. He's never had it updated in quite a while, and every time it has an update, everyone else's photos seem to change. His has not. I'd love to see, like, you know, like the other presenters, like Nick, James O'Brien, Ian Dale. What's this? And Ian Dale does a show where he has like 4 people in, like Ian's questions or whatever. They've got a live video feed. I would love to see that with Nick. You ever listen to the older stuff, by the way, the stuff from other stations? Here's some real wacky stuff from Virgin. You see, oh, where's my mouse? Mouse is here. Yeah, might need the glasses for this one. Heh, that's better. Oh, fucking HD, baby. Oh. Now, I had been made aware. Now, this was just from the only reason I found out about this was by listening to the Nick Abbott and Carol McGiffin podcast, and I found there's literally a website called nickabbott.com. And I was like, oh, hello, and it's got all this like old stuff on there. Like there's one called like archives, like the Poditors Sound, Goat Herd, Virgin's Bit, Ray's, Nick Abbott Audio. It's just nuts. There's so much on here, and I'll probably go through it at some point, like listen to like some of the older archive stuff on here. But at the moment, I think the only podcast I'm catching up with is Abroad in Japan, because his live broadcasts, the Nick Abbott Habit and Watch Upon One with Nick and Carol, I'm up to date on that, apart from the one that came out Monday, but they've literally just come out. So once I've got caught up with Abroad in Japan, I'll only be listening to the episodes as they come out, which is like, you know, Abroad in Japan, that comes out twice a week, Wednesday and Saturday, or Wednesday and Sunday, or something. Obviously his live shows Friday, Saturday and Sunday evening, and then he's got the Carol, Problem with Carol and Nick Abbott Habit on Mondays. Once I'm all caught up with, like I said, the Abroad in Japan, I'll start going through this, because there's a lot of stuff in here, archived audio sites, archive. So yeah, there's a lot there. Right. Yeah, I think the funniest thing I listened to was this one who was taking an absolute bit yeah, I think the funniest thing I listened to was this one where he was taking the absolute piss out of LB's devastation and how they say LB's seeing you, which is even more hilarious now because now he actually said it himself. It's like just, oh! I didn't know. When you say where he was taking the piss out of LBC at the station, do you mean when Nick was on a different radio station and he was saying that? Because I often because he said that LB seeing you. He said that at the end of every episode of What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, and I always thought that was just a funny word, like LB, I'll be seeing you, LB seeing you. Oh, there's actually a bit of backstory to that. Huh. Didn't know that. Huh. The more you learn. Oh, bollocks, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Come back here, Hades. Thank you. Huh. More you know. Oh, no, I didn't want to. Bollocks. Whoops. There we go. Right. Cha 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 cha. Oh, finally. Well, I haven't seen these boys in ages. When I'm here.
It's probably the best live act I've ever seen. Ian Jury. You just wouldn't want to go on after him. He used to come on with a shopping bag. It's just remarkable what he used to do. He was absolutely mesmerising. He used to root around in his shopping bag and he'd bring out like a rubber chicken or a scarf or just something like that. And he'd just play with it for a while. And you just couldn't take your eyes off it. As I always was. And he threw up a scarf.
Whoop. Nope. Oh, okay. I go on Reddit every now and then when it comes to gaming stuff, but I like, how do you even start a subreddit? Do you just start a topic and someone starts talking about stuff? I'd say I'd love to start something like that, but I just don't think I'd have the time in between streaming, sleeping and working. Yeah, just make it and get subscribers. Yeah, just make it, get subscribers and posters, I guess. You guess. I don't need your guesses. We need concrete information. No.
He said some of his bits and then just flounced out. Said, right, that's it, I'm leaving. Jenny texts, I've been to Q and both. I do have a preference for Q.
Definitely do it though, I'd follow.
Excellent question.
Well, first I'd actually have to remember my Reddit login details, which off the top of my head, I do not. Maybe we can coordinate and get his show podcast back. Ooh, crap. There's a lot of Nick fans out there, yeah. The amount of calls he gets as well, that's for sure. Oh, I think... Okay, well, let's talk about his callers now. Because you've got Jane. I love Jane. She called up. She's always trying to talk about the motoring party. Hello, Jane. Hello, Nick. I love her. Who's the other one? Maxine. She used to be from Croydon. Now she's in Saudi. Hello, my love. So, and every time he's like, God, you're loud. Can you back off the phone a bit? And you got Ranjit. Ranjit. He's funny. I love him. Hello, Ranjit. Are you frying tonight? Brian. Yes, I was literally from Stockton-on-Tees. Yeah. Just trying to wind me up, Nick. Like, what are you doing? You talk. You give all this talk about Brexit and stuff. But you're just a Boris lover, aren't you? You just love him, don't you? You won't stop talking about him. Oh, you know what? I haven't heard Brian in ages. And then what's that guy who's always calling up like, Nick, have you heard the word of the Lord? Have you let Jesus into your life, Nick? Nick, you're a sinner. I can't remember his name. Oh God. But them two, Keith, could be. I honestly don't know. Oh God. It has been a long time since they phoned, but oh no, that's Lemonade. Ken, that's it. Ken, you were half right. I can't remember where from though. I want to say Winchester. Ken, Westminster. Ken Westminster. That's it. Ken from Westminster. I'm certain. But yeah, Ken from Westminster. Brian from Stockton-upon-Tees. Stockton-on-Tees. Stockton something. Who else? Can't think. But yeah, Brian and Ken, I haven't heard them call up for a long time. Been a long time since I heard their voices. It's funny when Ken gets through, because sometimes he lets Ken through by accident, like, and he's like, you know, getting the callers through so quickly, and he just goes, okay, on the call we've got Ken from, oh, for God's sake. Yeah, the show took a bit of a turn around COVID, yeah, for sure. Because literally all people wanted to talk about was COVID, and kind of understandable, but just like, Oh, nope. I reckon his producers troll him a bit sometimes, yeah. Because sometimes they won't let the call or they'll try and let a call through, and you know it's either Brian or Ken, because he will say, I don't want that one now. Can you just put him on hold for half an hour, please? Manipulate. Anything else? Oh, manipulate and death blow. And sense. Oh, I know. Master 3 of them. Nice. Alright. Find a new one. Yep. There we go. I think that was it for that round of. I think the only time I probably could call up would be Saturday. I work every other Saturday, so one Saturday I'll be at work. That's the symbol for work, by the way, apparently. So one Saturday I'll be at work, and then the next Saturday I'll be home. I've called up a couple times. I think I've called LBC twice. Yeah, never to Nick though. I called up once. Stupid energy savings. I used to text in, like, I used to listen to all the this was before I like zoned in on Nick and really knew who Nick was and what his show was about. But I used to listen to all the presenters, and I used to text in about every conversation. I think I remember one of the first times I texted in was when they were talking about supermarket high streets and how they're changing. And I said, I think I texted in and said it was like watching a Tom and Jerry cartoon when they're chasing someone through the hallways and you got the same background just going around and around and around. That was the first text I ever made in. But the two phone calls were, I called up because someone who I was dating at the time had mental health problems, and they were talking about mental health and medication and how some people feel it's a bit of a cop-out to use medication, and that just I could feel myself angry on the phone because I could tell the presenter didn't really believe in medication, and I was getting angry. But the only other time I called in, which was a more pleasant conversation, I called in during the legal hour on behalf of a younger relative, because this younger relative was really into art. They love their artwork, they love art, and that's all they wanted to do. They wanted to do something involved with art when they got out of school, and their school was telling them that they could not leave school with the artwork that they had done whilst being at school. And I thought that was that's not really fair. You know, it's their artwork, they're the one who've done it, regardless of where the artwork has been made. So I actually called in the legal hour about it. Yeah. I have thought about like wanting to call sometimes, but I say literally 3/4 of the time when he's on doing the non-serious Sunday show, I've been at work. So with the work I do, I can't really be bollocks, didn't mean to go through that. I can't really be holding a phone or even talking on a hands-free, because my hands-free on my other headphones, wherever they are, they're just shit. They're not very good. Oh, I can't be bothered. Bye. Smoke bomb. Honestly, I'd be interested to get on with Nick, but damn, I'm sure I'd end up coming across like an idiot. Oh, no. He revelled in that, though, because the amount of time people come on, everyone on with Nick ends up... yeah, sometimes. There's always this one guy, there's this Indian guy that rings up, and he always rings up, and he starts off quiet. Not Ranjit. Ranjit's cool. We love Ranjit. But he always rings up, he starts off quiet, then he starts getting angry and angrier and louder and louder. I can't remember who he is, but he might have rung up the other day, and... what happens? Yeah, he always talks about how... No, not Ranjit. There's another Indian dude. Ranjit keeps it pretty sane and level. There is another Indian guy who rings up, and this guy goes off the charts, because he's always talking about... Ranjit has the ability to talk about current issues, and you might think, why is that a point? I'll tell you, this other guy that rings up, no matter what the conversation is, he will always start off by saying, we need more recognition for the 2 million Indian troops that fought in the British wars, for back in when Britain had their empire across the map and all that. And it's like, we weren't even talking about that. I mean, yeah, I get that's the point, and people should be recognised, but can we keep it a little bit on topic? I know what you mean. The guy who ended up screaming by the end thought that was him. No, not Ranjit. Ranjit is nice and mild. I think it was either the 26th of March, which is the podcast, or it was the Saturday. It was either Friday or Saturday where this guy actually rung up, and literally the first thing he started talking about was, "Oh, we need more representation for the 2 million Indian troops that were part of the British Army, back in the day." And it's like, what? Like, they weren't talking anything to do with that, and he just blurts it out, and you can tell he started getting angry. And there's an older lady, and she always tries to sing or play guitar. I can't remember her name. But then he always cuts her off. He normally always said, can you give us a tune? And then he puts on this ding, 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 yeah. And he just goes, "Oh, it's time out. I hate it when that happens." Like, really sarcastically. Yeah. I can't remember who it was, but there was one instance where a caller, because like when people ring up the radio station, he puts them through, and then when the conversation is over, he doesn't hang up. He doesn't like cut the phone conversation. If they don't hang up, they still have like an active line. If that makes any sense. So there was one instance where he was done with a caller. He like faded them out or whatever, and then like you can hear him talking with his assistant, and they're like, "Is that guy still there?" And this guy was so angry about something, they just kept going back to him like every 10 minutes. Yeah, it was like that. Scream some corner, and they just kept going back to him like every 5 minutes or so. This particular occasion wasn't Ken. I have heard of Ken doing that, but I can't remember who it was. And he was just, I know it wasn't Ken because of the accent. Ken, "Oh, the Jesus in your eyes, Nick." Yeah, he didn't have that accent. This guy was just screaming down the phone, like screaming. They just kept going back to him every now and then. It's hilarious. I think there was a show where Ken hung on the entire show. That doesn't surprise me. I'm so confused about what I did there. Oh well. I do wish Ken or Brian would call up, because it has been ages since they rung up, and I do, there was a period of time where whenever Brian rung up, they were always arguing, but then like as the years sort of went by, it got to the point where Brian wasn't arguing so much, and he was like, like arguing a little bit. Yeah, who are the new regulars? There's a guy called Adam. He's I'm not going to say that out loud. he talks a bit. Okay, there's only one way to say it. I mean no offense, but he has a camp voice. Okay, that's the that's the only way to say it. His name's Adam, and he's a lawyer, I think, or something. I can't remember. Yeah, but he's a regular-ish. Then you've got Maxine hasn't phoned in a while. Brian hasn't phoned in ages. Sophie from Wanstead Hello, Nick. Oh, yeah, I just got home. Oh, Sophie from Wanted. Oh, I forgot about her. She hadn't phoned in ages. I think the only regular person I can think of is yeah, the soft voice girl. Lovely. Oh yeah, because she's the teacher. Yeah. So I haven't. So I'm trying to think of current regulars. The only person I can think of is Ranjit, and then there's Mike from Beverley in Yorkshire. Because I remember the first few times Nick took that call, he kept thinking it was someone called Beverley in Yorkshire, but apparently there's a place called Beverley in Yorkshire, and the guy's name is Mike. He ringed up. He's still a regular. I think I missed the last one. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, still nothing else. Okay. Alright. Oh no! Wrong menu. Arrange. Right. She had still. There you are. One. Okay, so I just need to one more still master and I'm done with that. Okay, let's carry on. Yeah, not. There used to be one caller, but he wasn't a regular to Nick's show in particular. He was just a regular for any show. I think I've heard him call up once in the last year, and that was a guy. You could tell he was an old man or older man. So I hope he hadn't died. That would be annoying. Ray from Orpington. That guy used to ring up daily. He used to speak to different presenters, but I used to love hearing him. That was when I was more awake during the day, but now, like I said, I go to sleep between 11 and 12 in the afternoon. So, yeah, don't often hear those. You know who I really want to hear? Who do you really want to hear? Nigel Farage. Only joking. Tom Swarbrick. Oh yeah. You know I was saying about the list of people earlier on? Tom is on that list. I was just looking through the days and I didn't see him there. Oh, Tom Swarbrick. Okay, he's still on that. Yeah, I've caught Tom Swarbrick a few times, and he's one of the people who I don't mind. I can listen to him. He's all right. Oh, what about the Nick Farage clip? Where some caller. He rung up Nick Farage, and he was basically saying, "Oh, you know, I used to be a proper Remainer. I used to be kicked in the." It was like, "What was that? I had a monumental event. It completely changed my life." Like pause. What was that monumental thing, eh? I was kicked in the head by a horse. Nick's got that as the soundbite. I think that's brilliant. Every now and then he plays it. That is quite funny. I want to find that Tom Swarbrick clip now. Damn you. I'm meant to be playing the game here. Oh yeah, he doesn't use it as much, but when it first happened, he was all the time. Tom Schwarber. I will say one thing about LBC. Then they now have an official TikTok, and there are. It's not that new, but yeah. Okay. I have to look through that later because there is a lot of results that pop up on YouTube when you put in the word LBC and then Brexit. But yeah, I'll just for the funnies anyway. Yeah. Oh, shield. Contain. Mime. Shield contain mime. Cool. Oh, it's actually on LBC. Okay. Alright, let me tap that. Yeah. Set. Copy. Close you down. Here, that one is in the Annals of History. Give it a listen, it's amazing. Right, yeah. Link that I copied. Thank you. Alright, now. Share. Send to devices. Simon's phone. So when I clicked on the link, I clicked it on my tablet. It opened it up in Samsung browser, which I never use. And I wanted to open it up in Google Chrome because then using Google Chrome, I can just send it here and I'll just watch it. Listen on my phone. There we go. Haha. Okay. Alright. ChatGPT, call the radio station. Oh, don't get me started on ChatGPT. Like, I love it. I think it's great, but it's only as good as the input we give it. So when it makes a mistake, and it's an actual mistake, not just like your opinion about something, but when it makes an actual mistake, you need to correct it. It can only learn. So, yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Alright, options. That's all. Brilliant. Right.
I don't understand what you're speaking, what language, because the referendum result is a binary question, yes or no. The general public spoke in English, the ballot box spoke in English. Yep. If you take 17.4 grams and put it on a scale, and then put the remainder vote on the scale, the remainder vote will sink to the bottom. Hence, the voice of the British people was an emphatic lead, which isn't binary. Now that the government is issuing a what the natural language is. It's singular. It's not binary.
What?
When the public said exit or exodus, that's a singular answer.
Nobody said exodus.
You're now trying to decimate the answer by using a decimal point that the EU has instigated as an algorithm that is attacking the general public, and that's a fact.
I'm stunned, Ronnie.
Well, I'm telling the truth, and you're lying.
That the EU's
I'm not
created
gonna
a
get-
decimal
I'm not going
point
to get the
algorithm.
truth
I can't-
out of
I
the
can't-
light, Tom.
I'm not sure I can do this.
I don't think you can answer, can you?
I've got. You're absolutely right, Ronnie. I've got nothing. I have got nothing to come back to you on.
Well, the
You're right.
American language
You're right.
the American government should scrutinise the language, because I tell you what,
The
the
American
algorithm that's attacked the English language is prepared to decimate the American
Where
language.
does the algorithm come from?
Well, from today's indicative votes that are uncalled for, unnecessary, WTO has been media blacked out vocally. Theresa May can't even summon up the word WTO as an operating system that is designed with a 2-year sunset clause in it for a backstop.
Are you just taking individual words and sticking them next to each other now?
No, I'm telling you natural English, Tom.
He's just taking individual words.
That the general public can understand without using your algorithm as a disguise to try to...
What is this? What is going on?
Do you know the difference between an algorithm and natural language? Let me tell you, Clement Attlee, he decided the National Health Service would be free at need. Yeah, free at the point
Yeah,
of need, which
this
is
guy puts Brian to
algorithm
shame. Yeah,
Algorithm
he really.
is
Yeah.
at the point of need. Hence, what's going on is an algorithm attack against the general public's realm. How many council houses have been built on the Crown Estate? 0.
I don't know, Ronnie, and I don't know what algorithm they're using to stop that from happening, or which decimal point is going in where to mean that the Queen isn't building social houses on. I just the scales. We've got another year of this at least if the deal doesn't pass, because we're going to go round and round the houses when it comes to Brexit.
That was just going a bit like, what the bloody are you talking about? Oh boy. I need to pay more attention to this game. I had so many mastered materials just sat there when I could have been mastering other ones. Alright, Alright, okay, we're all good now. We'll carry on. There we go. Moment. Actually. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me in advance. The hell? Excuse me. Oh, I'm surprised I'm still awake. Normally I start feeling sleepy by now. Because normally I would have been home for about an hour and a half from work, and then I start to get a bit like, Oh, that's a bit. Right. Mr. Schrodinger, if you're still there.
Right next to one of the big, not the palm house, the other one, whatever that's called.
You have to let me know if it's too loud, yeah?
And the tulips, that both flower at the same time. It's amazing. But the weather's been so bad. I mean, it's been absolutely hammering down with rain and so windy lately. I think that it's quite possible that by the time I get there, we'll all have been bashed off it. But very, very much worth going. Wisley's got some excellent blossom action going on there as well. Cherry trees all over the place. But each one is worth a day. It's worth a day a month, easily, each one of them. But if you had to choose between the two, I'd say that Wisley was the more varied day out. And I hope you find that a satisfactory experience, Jenny. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yvonne says, can I predict that Albania will agree to take some of those waiting to be processed. Why else is there man here? Oh, well. Other than to make Fishy look comically small. It did look as though that photograph had been digitally altered. There's Fishy Sunak on the steps of Downing Street shaking hands with a guy who, by comparison, looked like a giant. It did look like Land of the Giants. Like, Rishi Sunak could live in one of that man's shoes. No offense. Angela emails, seeing as I heard you mention Jedi last night, we're down in London Easter weekend for the Star Wars celebration at the Excel Centre. Looking forward to it all. Have you managed to catch the new series of The Mandalorian yet? It's great, mate. Halfway through it already. No, Angela, I have not. You're coming down for the Star Wars celebration at the Excel Centre. Wow, that doesn't sound nerdy at all.
Nope.
I can't wait not to go. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at...
There's another random thing. Like, some people have, you know how there's, like, you know, copyright issues with music. Now, LBC does not have any music, so you would think there wouldn't be any issues with copyright. And you would be correct. But I wanted to make sure. So I actually sent Global Radio emails, and we emailed back and forth a little bit. And as of the time when I emailed them, I actually have their permission. So I got permission from Global Radio to have their radio on during my streams. It was a lot easier to manage when I had a capture card in terms of volume levels, because it was more of a direct input. So whereas now the only way anyone else will hear it is if I play it on my phone, and I have my phone on my chest like this. But yeah, so if anyone's ever thinking like, oh, you know, you're just a radio station, do you have permission to do that? Yes I do. For now, though, I'm gonna...
LBC. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10.
There we go.
It's important to invest your money wisely. That's why investing just got even better with Interactive Investor. For customers with up to £30,000 to invest, subscriptions now start.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, Matt Hancock, blimey, he said, I acted entirely properly and within the rules. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for a second. It just means that the rules need to be changed. The rules appear to allow anything they bloomin' well like. 10 grand a day? What for? What is the nature of his expertise that is worth £10,000 a day? I mean, what's he going to tell them that's worth 10 grand a day? Huh? Entirely within the rules. Yeah, of course, because essentially there are no rules. Oh, but the watchdog's going to be all over it. Yeah, sure they are. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Trish says I got bit by a false widow spider last week. Caused me big problems, and I've been in and out of hospital since. I am telling you because there is something even more tragic than this, says Trish. When I went to hospital, the pharmacist said to me while checking my prescription, "Okay, so you don't pay for your prescriptions, do you?" I said, "Yes, I do." And she replied, "But over 60s don't pay for their prescriptions." Very embarrassing for us both, because I haven't reached 60 yet. Oh dear. Yeah. I had a similar thing with, I was getting a haircut. And this scrofulous oik who was doing my hair. He said, because they got a separate charge. You pay less if you're over 60. And so he charged me the over 60 rate, which was, and I didn't realise that it was over 60. I thought it was like, 17 quid. He charged me 15. And I thought, 15? I thought it was 17. He said, no, it's 15 for over 60s.
What?
Yeah. And there was me thinking I could probably get away with the child's rate. If I suck my cheeks in. Stand up straight. How dare you, 60? Mike says, and I thought, am I going to tip him or am I going to storm out? Mike says, I'm just asking about any thoughts you might have regarding the interrogation of the TikTok CEO. Congress made much of their concerns regarding child safety. However, they don't seem to be so concerned when it comes to school massacres. That's right. Good point. They don't seem keen to ban guns, but are determined to ban an app. I'd feel safer looking at TikTok than looking down the barrel of a gun. Good point, Mike. What a bunch of hypocrites. Every time some kid goes into a school, he executes 20 of his classmates. And it's always a him, by the way. Then the Republicans and their paymasters in the munitions industry always go on about, it's too early to talk about gun control. As though they want to respect the dead. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, sure. Thoughts and prayers about money. Yeah, don't forget the money, honey. That's what it's all about. TikTok. Who cares what the Chinese see on blooming TikTok? I mean, there's people lip syncing to Rihanna. What difference does it make? Here's a call in Kingston. Hello, Sophie.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Sophie.
Just first of all, regarding over 60s, have you got your bus pass?
Yes. Yes, I do. And it is magic. You just beep and go.
Yeah, because in Greater London, we're very lucky, aren't we, that we get the over 60s pass. But anyway, that's not why I phoned in.
But having said that, just before you go on, having said that,
Okay.
we do, in our lifetime up to 60, pay some of the most expensive fares on public transport on Earth. So, I think we're due it by the time we've lived that long, Sophie.
We blooming well are. Yes, Nick, yeah. Anyway, back to why I phoned in. When I phoned in because I caught the end of you talking about Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
And I thought Bob Dylan had died. When you were talking, and I was in a state of shock.
No,
So
it's just the way he sounds. He's not actually dead yet.
So I talked to your man, your
Glamorous assistant, yes.
your glamorous assistant, and I said, I honestly, because I'm not on the internet.
What?
And I'm not on the internet.
You're not on the internet.
No.
How do you go about
I
your business?
I don't have internet connection. I haven't had for years. Anyway, so I phoned in to say,
Oh, hang on a minute. So you used to have the internet,
yeah,
and you don't have it now.
yeah, 3 years ago, I was so angry with Virgin. I said, you can go.
Don't say it.
Yes. I said, you can go.
You can go to the British Virgin Islands for a holiday. That sounds
Yes.
marvellous. Yes.
Yes. So I
But
phoned
other.
in. I phoned in. to
Hang on
ask
a
about
minute.
Bob
Hang on a
Dylan.
minute. But other providers are available. Did you not miss the internet?
No, not really, because I can access the library, and when I go and see my daughter.
Right. So you haven't gone cold turkey.
Yeah. So there are occasions. Anyway, so I was so worried because I've been a huge Bob Dylan fan for years. I saw Bob Dylan at Blackbush in, I think it was 1979, with Eric Clapton and Joan Armour Trading, and that was just incredible. It was such a I remember the day. It was boiling hot. I was a student nurse, and then just before COVID hit, my friend, who's also a nurse, we went to see Bob Dylan and Neil Young at Hyde Park. And so she bought me a ticket. Anyway, we went to see Bob Dylan and Neil Young at Hyde Park. It was 3 years ago, 2019, just before COVID hit. And my mother happens to be Italian. Anyway, we're standing next to a group of Italians, and they're chatting on the phone, and one of them says, blah, 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 in Italian. We're in Hyde Park. We see Roberto Dylan. I'll never forget that, because ever since, me and Julie have called Bob Dylan Roberto Dylan.
That seems a bit strange.
I know, he's Roberto Dylan.
Roberto.
Yeah, it is a bit strange, isn't it? But yeah, it was a beautiful concert.
Now, did they play together, Neil Young and Bob Dylan?
No,
Right,
they
so
didn't.
one after the other.
And I have to say that Neil Young, I'm going to say this.
Yeah, go on, say it. I know what you're going to say. He was better.
Neil Young was better
Better, yeah.
than the grumpy old grump of Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
As much as I adore him, and Blood on the Tracks and Desire are two of my favourite albums.
Of course.
From the era.
A better live act, Neil Young, no doubt about it, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Sophie. Walking us down memory lane.
Rock and roll!
Edward says, why shouldn't the French retire as late as 62? The king retired at birth. It seems a bit weird. I mean, maybe there's something else going on. I mean, I know that there's some water thing going on in the west of France. That's why they've set fire to a lake or something. I've got no idea. But the idea that 62 is the correct age to retire at just seems a bit weird to me. I mean, isn't that a bit young? 62 seems like a date that would have been set decades ago when people died when they were 63. You know, people used to barely make it till their 50s. 62 now is, for quite a lot of people, just 2/3 through their life. I mean, what are you going to do for the other 30 years? It just seems way too young to give up work, doesn't it? 62. I mean, 67. Okay, I sort of get that. If you're doing a job that you don't really want to do, like if you don't enjoy your work, then you want to give it up as soon as possible. And the way to do that, kids, is to stop buying your woke lattes and put that money away. If you start saving really, really young, and you deny yourselves all of the, appurtenances, pertinences. Never mind. Use another word, idiot. All the enjoyments of youth, then you can, save for an early retirement. Think about that when you're, 18, 19 years old. If you just deny yourself going out, doing the disco dancing, and buying clothes, and going down the pub, and going on holiday to YB Farm, a place like that. If you just deny all of the pleasures of life when you're young, then when you're old, then you can start enjoying yourself. Anybody want to do that?
No.
Of course not. No one does. Just go ahead and enjoy it when you're young, because when you're old, your knees will stop working so well, and you will put your back out, getting out of a chair. So nobody really does the right thing, and you only realise what the right thing is when you become 62 years old and you look around and find you ain't got no money. But it does seem a bit young. But the French just kick off at anything, don't they? It's like yelling down bullhorns. But as they're yelling in French, it sounds like they're making sweet, sweet love to your ear. 0345 6060 973. Oldbury, Ranges.
Hi, Nick. You're all right.
Yes, I am. Great, mate. Was your fishery one of the places that was labelled the top fish and chip monger in the land?
No. What it is with that, it's a big boys club. You've got to be a member of it. You've got to pay like £100 a year or something, and then they select
A member of what?
of a federation.
Oh. Buyers Federation.
Yeah, there's all different types. And a few years ago, I had a phone call. Oh, we've had a lot of compliments about your shop, and we want to give you an award. I said, I said, you've got my address.
Yeah.
Send it to the post. Oh, there's an administration.
Oh,
thing.
right.
Yeah. I said, well, give me a list of the names of people who have recommended me to join this. Oh, we can't because it's data protection.
It's secret.
Yeah. So you know when you've just been saying about working hard when you're young, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The way things are going, okay, I've spoken to my children. I said, listen, you don't want to have a fantastic life when you're young and nothing to show for it when you're older. But then you don't want to be like me, where you've had no life when you're younger, but you might have a little bit to show.
Right.
Yeah? You're going to try and get a mediocre thing, because what happens
Not mediocre, a medium.
medium,
Somewhere in the middle, yeah. Not mediocre.
so
Median.
A medium, yeah, okay. So if I worked hard and I'm going to leave something for my children, they're going to pay inheritance tax. Right? If I bought a property, I'm going to pay in capital gains tax.
Yeah, it depends. It very much depends, Ranjit, on how much you are going to give to your children. Because if you're going to give them, let's say, the value of your house or something like that goes up. So let's say £500,000. You're going to give them £500,000. Then they're going to be charged. I think it's 40%. 40% on like £500,000. But Ranjit, the good news is, if you're going to give them £500 million, then you pay nothing. Nothing at all, because you can pay a shiny building full of accountants to just poof that money away.
That's it. It's working for the small man, isn't it? Definitely. That's what these politicians say to us. And you know these think tanks, about 7 or 8 years ago, I was really going mad because every day, and can I mention the think tank? Yeah, it was called the Taxpayers Alliance.
Oh, yeah, right. One of those Tufton Street types, yeah.
Yeah. The title thinks, oh man, this is working for me. This is working for me, yeah. So I rang them up, right? I picked up on a...
Did you?
Oh.
Yeah, and I got through to... And I still got the name of the person written down, yeah? And I was just, you know what? They said, get back to me.
Right.
See, I thought, this idiot ain't going to get back to me.
Why did you call the Taxpayers Alliance?
It's about all these expenses that the politicians are getting. This is about 8 or 9 years. You see,
Alright. To anyone that is still there, I'm calling it quits because I have been on for about 4 hours, so I'm gonna go take a good rest. But thanks to everyone that joined in, and I will catch you later. Goodbye.